Welcome to Velveta, Sounds of Sleep, your serene escape for dreamers, thinkers, and those seeking peaceful rest. This is where the day's noise fades and the magic of a peaceful night gently begins. Take a deep, calming breath. Close your eyes. We will guide you with soft-spoken stories and ambient narratives, helping you drift into the peace you deserve. Forget the distractions. Simply listen, press play, and let your journey to tranquil sleep begin. Sweet dreams await. Welcome, weary traveler, as twilight deepens and the veil of night embraces us once again. Tonight, we sail not upon familiar seas of history, but into the shifting waters of myth and mystery, where memory and imagination intertwine. We set our course toward the lost world of Atlantis, a place that has haunted human thought for millennia, shimmering always just beyond reach, at once a cautionary tale, a dream of perfection, and a riddle that refuses to be solved. Atlantis first appeared not in maps or chronicles, but in the words of a philosopher, Plato, the great thinker of ancient Greece. In his dialogues Timaeus and Critias, he described a mighty island kingdom, greater than Libya and Asia combined, lying beyond the Pillars of Heracles, what we know today as the Strait of Gibraltar. It was a land of astonishing beauty and wealth, where concentric rings of land and water embraced a city of gleaming temples and palaces. Its kings, descended from the sea god Poseidon, ruled with wisdom, its people flourished in peace and abundance, and its ships sailed far across the seas. Yet with greatness came pride, with prosperity came ambition, and when virtue faltered, the gods struck down Atlantis in a single night of fire and flood. The island sank beneath the waves, vanishing forever, yet never forgotten. What is Atlantis? Was it a real place, lost to cataclysm and time? Was it an allegory, Plato's warning against hubris and imperial greed? Or was it something in between, a memory of ancient civilizations, refracted through myth into legend? For thousands of years, seekers have pursued its shadow, in the Mediterranean, in the Atlantic, in the Caribbean, even beneath polar ice. Historians, poets, explorers, and dreamers have filled the silence with visions, some grand, some fanciful, all testifying to the power of the story. But beyond geography and speculation, Atlantis endures as an idea, an eternal mirror in which we see our own hopes and fears. It is the dream of a perfect world, a paradise of harmony and abundance. It is the warning of downfall, the reminder that pride and greed can destroy even the greatest civilizations. It is the spark of imagination, urging us to look beyond the horizon, to seek what is hidden, to believe that mystery still lingers in the world. As we begin our journey, close your eyes and picture it. A city of marble rising from the sea, rings of canals glistening in the sunlight, temples crowned with gold and orichalcum, fields of endless fertility stretching to mountains touched by snow. Hear the music of Atlantean festivals, the prayers in the temple of Poseidon, the sound of hammers forging ships that would sail to distant lands. Feel the pride of a people at their height, the heavy silence before their fall, and the eternal whisper of waves over ruins that may or may not exist. This is not merely the story of a lost island. It is the story of us all, of human ambition, of triumph and downfall, of the fragile line between greatness and ruin. Atlantis calls to us because it is more than a place. It is a parable, a mystery, and perhaps even a memory of something the world once knew. And so, let us set sail together into the shifting tides of myth and memory. The journey will carry us through Plato's words, into the imagined streets of the Atlantean city, across the wars and cataclysms that shaped its fate, and onward into centuries of searching and dreaming. We will walk with gods and kings, stand in temples of gold, witness storms that break civilizations, and listen to the echoes of Atlantis as they ripple through history into our own time. Atlantis awaits us, not as a fixed point on a map, but as a story, eternal and inexhaustible. Let the waves carry you now, traveler. The mystery begins. When we first encounter Atlantis, it is not in the pages of a sailor's journal or an ancient map drawn with trembling hands. It is born in the mind of one of history's greatest philosophers, Plato. Writing in Athens around 360 BCE, Plato was near the end of his life when he crafted two dialogues, Timaeus and Critias, works that continue to echo through history. In these dialogues, amid discussions of the cosmos, politics, and the human soul, he described a land beyond the known world, an island so vast and powerful that it became the backdrop for one of the most enduring tales ever told. The story is presented as though it is not Plato's own invention, but a tale passed down. He attributes it to Solon, the legendary Athenian statesman, who had supposedly heard it from Egyptian priests during his travels. According to this account, the priests told of a mighty island empire that existed 9,000 years before Solon's time. Atlantis, they said, lay beyond the Pillars of Heracles, what we call today the Strait of Gibraltar. It was larger than Libya and Asia combined, a land blessed with fertile soil, natural harbors, and extraordinary abundance. Plato describes Atlantis not as a vague paradise, but with precise details, painting an image vivid enough to set the imagination on fire. The island's capital was built in concentric rings of land and water, connected by bridges and canals, guarded by gates and towers. At the center of this marvel stood a great temple to Poseidon, the god of the sea, who was said to be the divine father of Atlantis's royal line. The walls of the city gleamed with orichalcum, a mysterious metal more precious than gold, while statues of gods and kings towered in magnificence. The Atlanteans, descended from both mortal and divine blood, created a society of remarkable wealth, knowledge, and order. But Plato's tale is not one of eternal glory. Atlantis, he says, began as a virtuous and noble people, guided by divine wisdom, living in balance with the natural world. Yet, as time passed, their divine nature was diluted by ambition and greed. Their rulers sought conquest, extending their influence across the Mediterranean. They became arrogant, and their hubris brought them into conflict with the one city-state that dared to resist them. Athens. In Plato's telling, Athens stood as the defender of virtue and freedom. Though vastly outnumbered and less wealthy, the Athenians fought bravely against the mighty Atlantean Empire and won. This contrast was no accident. For Plato, the story of Atlantis was more than history. It was allegory. It was a moral lesson, a warning about the dangers of unchecked power, imperial ambition, and the loss of virtue. just as Athens in Plato's own lifetime had reached greatness only to fall into corruption and decline, so too did Atlantis. The climax of the story is both awe-inspiring and tragic. In a single day and night of misfortune, Atlantis was struck by cataclysm. Earthquakes shook the land, floods swept across the plains, and the mighty island was swallowed by the sea. One moment it was the center of a great empire, and the next it was gone, erased from the earth, remembered only in story. Was Plato recording a distant memory of a real catastrophe? Perhaps a volcanic eruption, a great flood, or the collapse of a forgotten civilization? Or was he crafting a myth, a parable about the dangers of hubris, meant to teach his fellow Athenians a lesson about moderation and wisdom? This question has haunted scholars, explorers, and dreamers for centuries. Some argue that his account was pure allegory, no different from his other philosophical stories. Others believe it was rooted in truth, distorted and reshaped over generations, perhaps inspired by events like the eruption of Thera that devastated the Minoan civilization centuries before Plato lived. What is most remarkable is how little Plato wrote. Barely a few pages, a fragment within dialogues devoted to other topics. Yet how much it has stirred. From these lines emerged centuries of speculation, countless theories, and a legend that refuses to die. The power of Plato's vision lies in its blend of specificity and mystery, enough detail to capture the imagination, yet enough ambiguity to invite endless interpretation. Imagine, as Plato's audience must have, the dazzling city of Atlantis, its gleaming walls, its bustling harbors, its mighty navy cutting through the seas. Picture the sudden storm, the trembling earth, the roaring waves that swallowed it whole. Feel the lesson Plato wished to impart, that no matter how mighty a civilization, without virtue, it can collapse in an instant. Thus Atlantis entered human consciousness, not as a place anyone had ever seen, but as an idea of paradise, of hubris, of catastrophe, and of memory lost. It began with Plato, and it has never ended. If Plato gave us the first vision of Atlantis, he also gave us its divine origin story, a myth as enchanting as it is symbolic. For Atlantis was no ordinary kingdom. It was born of gods and mortals, shaped by the will of Poseidon, lord of the seas, and blessed with abundance beyond imagination. To understand Atlantis, we must first step into its beginnings, where myth and memory intertwine, and where the touch of the divine lay heavy upon its shores. Plato tells us that in the earliest days, before Atlantis rose to greatness, the island was inhabited by simple people, living quietly in valleys and along the coast. Among them was a mortal woman named Cleito, whose beauty and spirit caught the eye of Poseidon himself. Some say she lived alone after her parents died, in a modest dwelling upon a hill that overlooked fertile plains and the boundless sea. Poseidon, falling in love, claimed her as his own. To protect her from mortal suitors and to sanctify their union, the god encircled her hill with alternating rings of land and water, carving the concentric circles that would become the heart of Atlantis. From their union came 5 pairs of twin sons, 10 princes who would become the first kings of Atlantis. Poseidon divided the island among them, granting each domain and power, yet establishing the eldest, Atlas, as supreme ruler. It was from Atlas that Atlantis took its name, and from him the royal line descended. the sons of Poseidon and Plato were half divine, half human, imbued with the strength of gods, yet rooted in mortal soil. Their rule embodied the fusion of heaven and earth, of oceanic power and human ambition. The kings built a society of extraordinary order. Atlas's central domain was crowned with the great capital city, where Poseidon's temple stood. The temple itself was a marvel of splendor, its walls plated in shining metals, its roof of ivory and silver, and at its center a colossal statue of Poseidon driving 6 winged horses, his trident gleaming in hand. Around him stood a ring of 100 Nereids, daughters of the sea, sculpted in gold. It was here that the kings gathered every 5 or 6 years to perform sacred rituals, offering sacrifices to their divine father, renewing their oaths of unity and justice. The Atlanteans were bound by Poseidon's laws, inscribed upon a golden pillar standing in the temple's heart. These laws dictated harmony between the brothers, forbidding them from warring against one another and commanding that they rule with moderation and virtue. They were to preserve the divine balance, strength tempered by wisdom, ambition guided by justice. As long as they honored these laws, Atlantis flourished. The land itself reflected Poseidon's blessing. The soil yielded crops in abundance, grain, fruit, and vegetables beyond measure. Vast forests supplied timber for ships and palaces. Herds roamed the fertile plains, rivers teemed with fish, and precious metals gleamed in the earth. Orichalcum, a mysterious red gold metal said to shine like fire, was mined in great quantities, adorning the city's walls and temples. Everywhere, nature and civilization existed in balance, as though Poseidon's hand guided both. And so Atlantis began, a kingdom that was both mythic and earthly, divine and mortal. Its people were not mere subjects, but descendants of the sea god, living in a land shaped by his will. They believed themselves chosen, destined to embody a perfect order that other nations could only admire. This was their golden age, their era of innocence, when the Atlanteans still remembered the purity of their divine blood and lived according to the laws of Poseidon. But even in this mythic beginning, shadows linger. The story of gods and mortals is never without tension. To be descended from the divine is to be marked with greatness, but also with danger. For the more distant generations became from Poseidon, the more human they became. With each passing age, the divine spark dimmed, and ambition replaced moderation. The laws remained carved upon the pillar, but the hearts of men began to stray. Still, in its founding, Atlantis glowed with promise. Picture it now in your mind's eye. Cleito's hill encircled by shining rings of land and sea, bridges spanning the waters, temples crowned with silver and gold, and kings in radiant robes gathering to sacrifice bulls to Poseidon. Hear the chants echoing through the great temple, the roar of the sea in the distance, and the sense that this city was not like any other, that it was born of gods and destined for greatness. The tale of the gods and the founding of Atlantis is more than just a myth of origin. It is a parable of power inherited, of blessings bestowed, and of responsibility that must be carried with humility. It is the spark that ignites the whole legend, for in this divine union lies both the brilliance and the eventual downfall of Atlantis. For what begins with gods, if corrupted, often ends in ruin. If the gods gave Atlantis its origins, then nature gave it its majesty. More than just a kingdom of kings and temples, Atlantis was described by Plato as a land of unparalleled richness, a paradise that seemed almost too perfect to exist in the mortal world. Its geography was not merely the backdrop for its greatness, but the very foundation of it, a landscape that mirrored the harmony between divine order and earthly abundance. At the heart of this paradise stood the capital, laid out in concentric circles of land and water, like ripples frozen in stone. 3 rings of sea and 2 of land surrounded the central hill of Cleito and Poseidon's temple, connected by bridges and canals that led outward to the sea. Towers guarded the gateways, walls gleamed with copper and tin, and the innermost circle shone with orichalcum, glowing red gold in the sun. The city itself was a living symbol of balance and geometry, the divine blueprint etched into the very fabric of the earth. But Atlantis was not only its city. The island stretched vast and wide, said to be larger than Libya and Asia combined, a claim that has fueled centuries of speculation. Around the capital lay fertile plains, irrigated by canals that carried water from rivers and mountains. Plato described the Great Plain of Atlantis as rectangular in shape, 3,000 stadia long and 2,000 wide, flat and rich with deep soil. Through it ran a network of canals, straight and ordered, dividing the land into perfect parcels for farming and transport. Here grew crops in abundance, wheat, barley, fruits, and vegetables that could feed multitudes. Beyond the plains rose mountains of great beauty and height, shielding the island from harsh winds, their slopes cloaked in forests alive with animals. Springs of both hot and cold water bubbled from the earth, filling baths and fountains that nourished the people. Orchards yielded endless harvests, meadows supported countless herds, and the forests provided timber for the mighty Atlantean fleet. In every direction, nature gave freely, and man shaped it with wisdom. The seas around Atlantis were equally bountiful. Harbors lined with ships bustled with trade, while the ocean teemed with fish and sea creatures. Atlantis, seated in the midst of the ocean, became a hub between worlds, a crossroads of commerce and culture. With her mighty navy and endless resources, she was destined to rule the seas. Yet what made Atlantis remarkable was not simply the abundance of its resources, but the harmony with which it was arranged. Unlike other lands where geography dictated hardship, Atlantis seemed designed for prosperity. The concentric city reflected divine order. The fertile plains reflected endless growth. The mountains and forests offered beauty and shelter. Every part of the land seemed balanced with the next, a paradise in which nothing was lacking. Imagine standing upon one of the mountain ridges, gazing down upon the capital. The sun catches the gleam of copper and gold upon the walls, while canals glitter like silver veins running through the plains. Farmers tend their fields, ships sail in perfect rows through the harbors, and smoke rises from the temples where bulls are sacrificed to Poseidon. From this vantage, Atlantis appears not just as a city or an island, but as a living symbol of perfection, a vision of paradise rendered in stone, soil, and sea. But perfection carries its own danger. When a people are surrounded by such abundance, when they live in a land where the earth seems to yield without limit, ambition often grows unchecked. The very geography that blessed Atlantis with prosperity also tempted it toward excess. Vast resources fueled expansion, mighty fleets carried its power abroad, and its people, once humble children of Poseidon, began to see themselves as invincible. Still, in its golden age, Atlantis shone like no other. Its geography was not merely beautiful but enchanted, a fusion of divine design and earthly wonder. It was a land where rivers flowed straight and ordered, where forests stood tall and plentiful, where cities gleamed in mathematical perfection. It was, as Plato intended, the very image of a utopia, perfect in form, abundant in substance, destined for greatness. And yet, as with all paradises, the seeds of decline were already present. For geography can shape character, and abundance can breed arrogance. The land that seemed eternal would one day tremble, its seas would rise, and paradise would vanish beneath the waves. But before that fall, there was glory, and the geography of Atlantis remains, even in imagination, a vision of perfection, a lost paradise forever sought but never found. If the fertile plains and protective mountains were the body of Atlantis, then its capital was surely its beating heart, a marvel of engineering, beauty, and divine order that captured the imagination of all who heard Plato's words. The city was not only the center of power, but a living symbol of harmony, geometry, and splendor, where every stone seemed touched by both mortal skill and divine inspiration. At the city's core stood the sacred hill of Cleito, where Poseidon had first encircled his beloved with rings of land and water. From this divine act of creation, the entire capital took shape, laid out in perfect concentric circles. 2 rings of land and 3 of water embraced the central hill, linked by bridges wide enough for chariots to cross. Each ring had its own walls, its own towers, its own life, and together they formed a city unlike any other in the world. The walls themselves gleamed with metals. The outermost wall was clad in copper, shining red under the sun. The middle wall was plated in tin, silver white and luminous. And the innermost wall, which encircled the temple of Poseidon, glowed with orichalcum, a mysterious metal said to shimmer like fire, more precious than gold. Imagine approaching the city by sea, its walls catching the morning light, blazing like bands of flame and silver, rising from the water like the dwelling place of gods. The canals that separated the rings were not mere barriers, but living arteries of the city. Ships passed easily between them, carrying goods and people, while bridges rose above, carved with statues of bulls and sea gods. Markets lined the waterways, alive with the cries of merchants and the scent of spices, fish, and flowers. From the sea, a great canal nearly 50 stadia long led directly into the heart of the city, allowing even the largest ships to dock beside the sacred rings. The capital was as much a harbor as it was a fortress, binding sea and land in perfect unity. At the center of all stood the great temple of Poseidon. It was vast, nearly a stadium in length, its roof plated with silver and its pinnacles adorned with gold. Within, walls gleamed with orichalcum, while ivory, gold, and silver decorated every surface. But most magnificent of all was the colossal statue of Poseidon himself, driving 6 winged horses, his trident raised in eternal command. Around him stood 100 nereids, sculpted in gold, each upon a dolphin. The temple was not merely a place of worship, but the soul of Atlantis, the symbol of its divine origins and the source of its unity. Around the temple stretched the royal palace, a sprawling complex of courts, halls, and gardens. Here the 10 kings of Atlantis gathered to deliberate, bound by the laws of Poseidon inscribed on a golden pillar. Here they sacrificed bulls upon the altar, renewing their oaths of justice and unity. The palace was both the heart of government and the dwelling of kings, a place where mortal rule touched the divine. Beyond the sacred rings, the city expanded outward in a balance of order and abundance. There were baths supplied by hot and cold springs, fountains feeding gardens of fruit and flowers, arenas where athletes competed, and halls where music and philosophy thrived. Everywhere, the architecture reflected harmony, symmetry of design, elegance of form, and richness of material. Atlantis was not a city of crude power, but of cultivated greatness, where art and engineering walked hand in hand. Imagine walking through its streets at dusk. The last rays of sunlight catch the gleam of copper walls, while lanterns flicker upon bridges. The air is alive with the hum of voices, the scent of bread, roasted meat, and salt carried from the harbor. Musicians play lyres and flutes in courtyards, while priests chant within the glowing temple. Ships arrive, their sails lowered, bringing goods from distant lands. In every corner, wealth and wonder mingle, and the city seems eternal. Plato's description of the city is so vivid that one cannot help but feel its reality as though he had seen it himself. And perhaps that is its power, not whether it existed in truth, but that it exists in imagination, perfectly formed. A city of splendor, too great for the earth to bear. Yet even as we marvel, we recall the lesson woven into the story. Splendor can dazzle the eyes, but it can also blind the heart. The Atlanteans built a city more glorious than any before, but in its glittering walls and golden temples lay the seeds of pride. They believed themselves chosen, invincible, untouchable. The city that symbolized divine order would one day become the monument of their fall. But for now, in its golden age, the splendor of the Atlantean capital shines as a vision of paradise, a city where gods and men walk together, where the sea's bounty and the earth's riches were joined in harmony, and where beauty itself seemed eternal. A city of splendor is nothing without its people, and in Plato's tale, the Atlanteans themselves were as remarkable as the land they inhabited. They were not ordinary men and women, but descendants of the sea god Poseidon and the mortal Plato, a people whose blood carried both divine spark and human ambition. To understand Atlantis is to look beyond its walls and temples, to the lives, values, and nature of those who walked its streets, tilled its fields, and sailed its ships. From the beginning, the people of Atlantis were divided into 10 royal houses, descended from the 10 sons of Poseidon. Each king ruled his domain, but all swore allegiance to Atlas, the eldest, whose name gave the island its title. These kings were bound together by sacred law, meeting regularly in Poseidon's temple to deliberate upon the fate of their people. They sacrificed bulls, renewed their oaths, and governed with moderation, guided by the memory of their divine father. This unity of rule was one of Atlantis's great strengths, ensuring that no single king's ambition could shatter the harmony of the whole. Yet the people were not merely rulers and warriors. They were farmers, builders, craftsmen, sailors, and philosophers. Plato describes a society of immense skill and order, where the abundance of the land was matched by the diligence of its people. The fertile plains yielded grain and fruit in plenty, tended by farmers who irrigated their fields with the canals that crisscrossed the land. Herds of cattle and flocks of sheep roamed the meadows, while horses, swift and strong, were trained for war and ceremony alike. The Atlanteans were also seafarers without equal. Their navy was said to be vast, with thousands of ships ready to sail at a moment's notice. Harbors bustled with activity, as sailors loaded cargoes of grain, fish, metals, and exotic goods bound for distant shores. Their vessels, both mighty warships and swift traders, carried the name of Atlantis across the seas, spreading influence and wealth. To the Atlanteans, the ocean was not a boundary, but a bridge, a path to power. But the greatness of the Atlantean people lay not only in their labor or their fleets. They were renowned for their wisdom, their philosophy, and their devotion to the gods. In their golden age, they lived by the laws of Poseidon, laws that demanded justice, moderation, and respect for the divine order. They honored the gods with festivals and sacrifices. They trained their bodies with sport and discipline, and they cultivated their minds with learning. In this balance of spirit, body, and intellect, they embodied the harmony of their land. Imagine walking through an Atlantean marketplace. Merchants cry out as they display goods, gleaming jewelry of orichalcum, pottery painted with sea motifs, spices carried from far islands, and baskets heavy with fruits. Children run between stalls, their laughter mingling with the hum of trade. Farmers bring carts piled high with grain, while sailors boast of storms weathered and lands seen. Priests in robes pass through the crowd, blessing offerings for Poseidon, while athletes, strong and proud, head toward arenas where games would soon begin. The people of Atlantis were vibrant, full of life, their days marked by work, worship, and joy. Yet even here, in the splendor of their daily lives, the seeds of decline began to grow. For as generations passed, the divine blood of Poseidon became diluted. The Atlanteans, once godlike in virtue, grew more human, still strong, still skilled, but increasingly drawn to ambition and excess. Where once they honored moderation, now they hungered for wealth. Where once they ruled with justice, now they coveted dominion. It is this gradual shift from divine humility to human pride that Plato marks as the beginning of Atlantis's downfall. And yet, even as they changed, the people of Atlantis left behind an image of extraordinary brilliance. They were a people who mastered land and sea, who built a society that balanced strength with wisdom, who believed themselves chosen of the gods. Their story, like their city, is both a marvel and a warning. That greatness lies not only in power, but in the ability to sustain virtue across generations. As you picture the Atlanteans, see them in their fullness, kings gathered in golden halls, farmers guiding plows across rich soil, sailors steering ships through glittering harbors, priests chanting in smoke-filled temples, children laughing in sunlit streets. See their vigor, their abundance, their pride. They were the lifeblood of the island, the reason its splendor shone so brightly. and the reason its fall would be felt so deeply. For Atlantis was never just walls of copper and gold, or temples of ivory and silver. Atlantis was its people, half divine, half mortal, wholly human in their triumphs and their flaws. Atlantis, in its golden age, was not merely a city of splendor or a land of beauty. It was a power unlike any other, a kingdom whose prosperity gave it influence far beyond its shores. Plato's vision of Atlantis describes not just abundance, but the ability to harness that abundance into strength, wealth, and dominion. In this chapter of the story, we turn our eyes to the height of Atlantean prosperity, when its fleets ruled the seas, its farms fed countless people, and its name inspired awe and envy in distant lands. The Atlanteans lived upon a land that seemed to yield endlessly. Their plains were fertile, watered by canals and rivers that carried snowmelt from the mountains. Grain grew in such abundance that surpluses filled vast storehouses, ensuring food not only for their people, but for trade abroad. Orchards produced fruit in dazzling variety, figs, olives, grapes, and more, while vegetables and herbs enriched their diets. The meadows supported herds of cattle, flocks of sheep, and horses of exceptional strength and beauty. Atlantis, unlike many ancient lands that struggled with famine and scarcity, was a place of plenty. This plenty was matched by the wealth beneath its soil. Mines yielded gold, silver, copper, and the mysterious orichalcum, the fiery metal said to glow like red flame. This treasure was not hoarded but used lavishly to adorn temples, walls, and palaces. It gave Atlantis its brilliance, and it gave its people the means to build ships, weapons, and works of art that dazzled all who saw them. But the true strength of Atlantis lay in the sea. From their earliest days, the Atlanteans were master sailors. Their ships, sleek and strong, were designed for both war and trade. Harbors bustled with vessels setting out to distant coasts, carrying goods, ideas, and influence. The navy of Atlantis was said to be unmatched, capable of transporting armies across the ocean and enforcing the will of the kings. With thousands of ships and countless sailors, Atlantis was a maritime empire, its reach extending into the known world and beyond. Trade flowed in every direction. Atlantean merchants returned from foreign shores with spices, precious woods, exotic animals, and knowledge of distant peoples. Their markets overflowed with goods that few others had seen, making Atlantis not only a land of wealth, but a hub of global exchange. In its harbors, the world seemed to converge, and with every ship that docked, the island's prosperity grew. The Atlanteans did not only amass wealth, they organized it. Their society, bound by the laws of Poseidon, balanced the needs of the people with the duties of the kings. Taxes were collected, armies maintained, and temples richly supported. Farmers, artisans, sailors, and nobles all contributed to the commonwealth, each playing a role in sustaining the abundance of the land. Plato portrays Atlantis as a society that, in its prime, was not only rich, but justly ordered, its prosperity shared across its classes. Yet power and prosperity often walk hand in hand with temptation. For many generations, the Atlanteans lived in balance, their divine inheritance guiding them toward moderation. But as their wealth grew, so too did their ambition. Surpluses became luxuries, trade became conquest. The navy that once protected their shores now carried armies to foreign lands. Prosperity, once a blessing, became the fuel for expansion, and expansion sowed the seeds of arrogance. Still, in the height of its golden age, Atlantis must have seemed like paradise. Imagine standing in its great harbor as ships arrive from every corner of the world. Sailors shout in strange tongues. Merchants unload cargoes of ivory, spices, and gold. Farmers bring their produce to overflowing markets, while nobles ride through the streets in chariots pulled by magnificent horses. Priests conduct festivals where bulls are sacrificed to Poseidon. The air filled with the smoke of incense and the chanting of hymns. In every direction, the people are vibrant, their land abundant, their pride immense. This was the age when Atlantis stood at its peak, wealthy, powerful, admired, and envied. To outsiders, it must have seemed a realm blessed by the gods themselves, a land where nothing was lacking and everything was possible. Its prosperity gave it confidence. Its confidence gave it power. The world, as Plato told it, bent beneath its influence. And yet, as history so often teaches, power can be dangerous when unchecked. For the Atlanteans, the very prosperity that had raised them up would one day drive them to seek dominion over others, to stretch their reach beyond their own shores, and to forget the virtues that had once guided them. The blessings of their land became the temptations of their hearts, and the balance of their golden age began to waver. But for now, as we look upon Atlantis in its era of power and prosperity, we see a vision of humanity's highest potential, a society where abundance flowed like rivers, where ships carried dreams across oceans, and where the people believed themselves destined for eternal greatness. No civilization is complete without its faith, and for Atlantis, religion was not simply ritual. It was the very heartbeat of the island, the bond that tied its kings to the gods and its people to their origins. From the earliest days when Poseidon claimed Cleito and encircled her hill with rings of land and sea, Atlantis was marked as a land sacred to the divine. Every temple, every festival, every oath sworn by king or farmer was a reminder that this was a kingdom born of the gods, sustained by their favor, and, in time, judged by their will. At the center of Atlantean religion stood Poseidon, lord of the sea, father of their first kings, and patron of their island. His temple, rising from the innermost ring of the capital, was more than just a building. It was the soul of Atlantis. Its walls gleamed with silver and gold, its roof shone with ivory, and within it towered the colossal statue of Poseidon himself, driving 6 winged horses, trident raised in eternal command. Around him, 100 golden statues of sea nymphs glimmered in the torchlight, each one sculpted with exquisite care, as though the very waves had been frozen in metal. Here, the kings gathered, here the people prayed, and here the island renewed its connection to the divine. The rituals of Atlantis were grand and deeply symbolic. Every 5 or 6 years, the 10 kings assembled in Poseidon's temple to perform the great bull sacrifice. They gathered around the golden pillar inscribed with Poseidon's laws, and before the altar, they captured bulls in sacred hunts. The blood of the sacrifice was spilled upon the pillar, and oaths were sworn. Oaths of unity, of justice, of moderation. These ceremonies were not mere pageantry. They were reminders that the kings ruled not for themselves, but under the watchful eyes of their divine Father, and that to break these oaths was to invite ruin. Religion in Atlantis was not confined to the temple alone. The island itself was sacred, its abundance seen as a gift of the gods. The hot and cold springs were believed to be Poseidon's blessing, the fertile plains his provision, the mountains his fortress. Festivals filled the calendar, marking the cycles of the seasons, the planting of fields, the return of fleets from distant voyages. In every corner of the city and countryside, altars and shrines stood, dedicated not only to Poseidon but also to other gods of the sea, the sky, and the earth. The people of Atlantis wove faith into their daily lives. Farmers offered the first fruits of their harvests. Sailors poured libations into the sea before voyages. Craftsmen prayed for skill and inspiration, and families sought blessings for health and children. Music, dance, and feasting often accompanied these acts of devotion, turning worship into celebrations of life itself. To the Atlanteans, religion was not a burden but a joy, a living connection between mortal and divine. Yet in this devotion lay both strength and fragility. For as long as the Atlanteans honored the gods, they flourished. But religion is more than ritual. It requires humility. And as their wealth grew, as their fleets conquered, as their pride swelled, their faith became hollow. The sacrifices were still made, the temples still shone, the oaths still spoken, but the hearts of the kings and the people strayed. Moderation gave way to ambition, justice to greed. They continued to bow before Poseidon's statue, but in truth, they worshipped themselves. Imagine the difference across the centuries. In the early days, the temple of Poseidon echoed with reverent chants, the kings bowing low before the golden pillar, the people gathered in awe. But in later generations, the rituals became spectacles of grandeur, the kings cloaked in gold, the sacrifices mere displays of power, the prayers empty words. The temple still gleamed, but its light was no longer the glow of devotion. It was the glare of pride. In this, Plato's lesson is clear. Religion sustains a people only when its spirit is honored. The Atlanteans forgot the humility that had once bound them to the gods. They forgot that prosperity was a gift, not a guarantee. Their temples became monuments not of faith, but of vanity, and in this loss of reverence lay the seeds of their fall. And yet, in its prime, Atlantean religion was magnificent. The temple of Poseidon stood as a wonder of the world. The rituals bound kings to their duty, and the festivals filled the island with joy. It was a faith that celebrated life, honored the gods, and reminded the people that they were part of something greater than themselves. As you picture Atlantis, see the torches blazing in Poseidon's temple. Hear the chants rising into the night. Smell the incense drifting through the air, and feel the unity of a people bound by faith. For in its religion, Atlantis revealed both its greatest strength and the fatal flaw that would one day bring it to ruin. If Atlantis was famed for its temples, its ships, and its wealth, it was equally admired, at least in Plato's telling, for the brilliance of its mind. For a society to flourish, It requires not only fertile soil and strong armies, but also wisdom, the ability to ask questions, to seek truth, to preserve knowledge, and to pass it on. In the legend, Atlantis was not simply a land of material abundance, but a realm where philosophy and learning held an honored place, shaping the way its people understood the world and their place within it. The Atlanteans, descended from a divine father, believed themselves chosen not only for power, but also for wisdom. From their earliest generations, they sought to balance physical strength with intellectual cultivation. Just as they trained their bodies in arenas and fields, they trained their minds in halls of learning. Philosophers debated in courtyards, scribes recorded the deeds of kings, and astronomers charted the skies. Their knowledge, Plato suggests, was advanced even beyond that of Athens in his own time. Much of this wisdom was practical, born of necessity. Engineers designed vast networks of canals and bridges, ensuring that the fertile plain yielded its greatest abundance. Architects built temples and palaces that blended function with splendor, standing the test of centuries. Shipwrights crafted vessels that could withstand the ocean's fury, carrying men and goods to lands far beyond the horizon. Farmers developed techniques of irrigation and soil rotation, sustaining the prosperity of the land. In this sense, Atlantean knowledge was not locked in ivory towers, but applied to the daily life of the people, making their society stronger, healthier, and more resilient. Yet their knowledge reached beyond the practical. The Atlanteans studied the heavens, mapping the movements of stars and planets, perhaps to mark time, perhaps to read divine patterns in the skies. They observed the cycles of nature, recognizing the balance of sea, land, and sky. Their philosophers, like those of Greece, must have debated the nature of justice, the duties of rulers, and the meaning of virtue. For Plato, Atlantis was not just an empire of wealth, but a mirror, perhaps even an ideal, of what a society could achieve when wisdom guided strength. Imagine walking through the learning halls of Atlantis. Marble columns rise around courtyards where teachers instruct students in philosophy, geometry, and astronomy. Scrolls are unrolled upon tables, filled with symbols and diagrams. The air hums with discussion of laws, of gods, of the order of the universe. Outside, an observatory rises upon a hill where polished stones mark the movements of the sun and moon. Lanterns flicker as astronomers take their notes, while philosophers gather in cloisters to argue over truth and justice. Knowledge in Atlantis was not the privilege of a few, but the pride of a people. But as with every part of the Atlantean story, there is a shadow. For knowledge without humility can lead to arrogance, and wisdom without virtue can become dangerous. Plato's Atlantis, in its golden age, was guided by philosophy and law, by a reverence for order. But as generations passed, the divine spark in their blood grew dimmer. The pursuit of wisdom became the pursuit of power. Learning, once a tool for harmony, became a means of conquest and domination. Their philosophers still spoke, but their voices grew quieter against the roar of ambition. It is a theme as old as civilization itself. Knowledge can elevate or corrupt, depending on how it is used. In Atlantis, the brilliance of the mind was matched by the brilliance of the city, but both in time would fade when pride overcame discipline. Still, in its prime, Atlantean philosophy and knowledge were extraordinary. They allowed the people to build wonders, to understand their world, to live in harmony with nature, and to imagine truths greater than themselves. This intellectual legacy is one reason Atlantis continues to captivate us, not merely as a lost land, but as a lost idea, a vision of what humanity might achieve if wisdom were ever perfectly joined with power. Picture, as you drift deeper into this tale, the city aglow at twilight, philosophers gathered in torchlight, students debating beneath the stars. Hear the rustle of parchment, the measured tone of debate, the silence of minds at work. Knowledge was their gift, wisdom their inheritance. But wisdom, like wealth, must be guarded carefully, or it too will slip away. Every civilization has its peak, a moment when its promise and potential align, when its people live closest to their ideals, and when its power seems unshakable. For Atlantis, this moment was the Golden Age, a time when the blessings of the gods, the bounty of the land, and the wisdom of its people converged to create a society unlike any other. This was the era that captured the imagination of generations, the time that still lingers in myth as the vision of paradise lost. In the Golden Age, the 10 kings of Atlantis ruled in harmony. They met in the temple of Poseidon, renewed their oaths upon the golden pillar, and governed with moderation and justice. No single ruler sought to dominate the others, for all remembered the divine laws. Unity gave them strength, and strength gave them stability. The people, in turn, lived without fear of tyranny, confident that their rulers were bound to fairness by sacred oath. The land itself seemed to pour forth abundance. The fertile plains, watered by canals and streams, yielded crops in endless supply. Grain-filled storehouses, fruits ripened in orchards, and animals multiplied across the meadows. No one knew hunger. The mines glittered with precious metals, the forests provided timber, and the seas swelled with fish. To the Atlanteans, it must have seemed that the earth itself loved them, that nature had conspired to make them thrive. But prosperity was not merely material. The Atlanteans devoted themselves to philosophy, to art, and to worship. Festivals filled the calendar, marking the cycles of the moon, the harvest, and the return of fleets from abroad. Music, poetry, and storytelling flourished, celebrating both the gods and the deeds of men. In the arenas, athletes tested their bodies in feats of strength and endurance, reflecting the belief that physical discipline was as sacred as intellectual growth. The city was alive not just with wealth, but with culture and meaning. In this golden age, religion was still sincere. The great temple of Poseidon echoed with chants. The smoke of sacrifice rose to the heavens, and the people bowed in true reverence. The kings, though mighty, acknowledged their place beneath the gods, and the laws of moderation still guided their choices. Faith and humility walked hand in hand with prosperity, and in this balance lay the secret of their flourishing. Imagine walking through Atlantis during this radiant age. The streets are filled with laughter and song, the markets with abundance, the harbors with sails returning full of goods. Children play in courtyards shaded by olive trees, while philosophers debate in marble halls. Priests light torches in the temple, their voices carrying hymns to the sea god, while kings ride in processions, not in arrogance, but in celebration of their bond with the people. The air itself feels alive, as though joy and peace have become part of the very climate. This was the Atlantis that would later be remembered with longing, a land where harmony was not just an ideal, but a lived reality, where men and women walked in balance with gods and nature. It was not utopia in the abstract sense, but a society that had achieved for a time a rare alignment of wealth, wisdom, and virtue. Yet Plato reminds us, as always, that no golden age is eternal. Prosperity, if not tempered with vigilance, becomes the seed of pride. Generations born into abundance forget the struggles of their ancestors. Laws once sacred become rituals of habit. Strength turns to arrogance, and humility fades. The golden age of Atlantis, as radiant as it was, carried within it the quiet ticking of decline. Still, for those who lived it, and for us who dream of it, the golden age remains the brightest chapter in the Atlantean story. It is the vision that has haunted poets and philosophers ever since, the dream of a world where justice, abundance, and joy are not fleeting, but enduring. To speak of Atlantis at all is to speak of this moment, when the island shone brightest, when men believed themselves closest to the divine, and when paradise seemed eternal. Hold that vision now in your mind, the gleaming rings of the city, the golden temple, the laughter of children, the chants of priests, the proud sails upon the sea. This is Atlantis in its glory, the dream before the downfall, the light before the shadow. Every golden age, no matter how radiant, carries within it the seeds of its own undoing. For Atlantis, the beginning of decline was not marked by a sudden catastrophe or a single fateful act, but by a gradual erosion of the very virtues that had once made it great. In Plato's telling, the story of Atlantis is not just about a land blessed with riches, it is about how those blessings, left unchecked, led to corruption, arrogance, and eventual ruin. At first, the Atlanteans remembered their divine heritage. They were the children of Poseidon, bound by sacred laws inscribed upon a golden pillar, laws that demanded moderation, justice, and humility. These were the foundations of their strength, but with each passing generation, the divine spark grew dimmer. As their blood became more mortal than divine, so too did their hearts grow more ambitious and self-serving. Where once kings ruled in harmony, they now began to compete for power. The oaths sworn in Poseidon's temple were still spoken, but the meaning behind them faded. Festivals became occasions for grandeur rather than reverence. Sacrifices to the gods became hollow gestures. The balance between faith and ambition tipped, and slowly, pride crept into the heart of Atlantis. The abundance of the land, once a blessing, became a temptation. The fertile plains produced more than the people needed, and surpluses led to luxuries. Markets overflowed with goods, artisans created wonders, and nobles adorned themselves with gold and orichalcum. Wealth became not a means of sustaining harmony, but a mark of status. The pursuit of prosperity turned into the pursuit of excess. The Atlanteans, who had once lived simply and wisely, now measured greatness by what they possessed rather than how they lived. Their navy, once a tool of protection and trade, transformed into an instrument of conquest. No longer content with their island and its riches, the kings of Atlantis turned their eyes outward. Their fleets sailed to distant shores, not only to exchange goods, but to claim lands, to subdue rivals, to impose their will. Neighbors who had once been trading partners became subjects. Territories once free now paid tribute. The Atlanteans, once admired for their wisdom, came to be feared for their might. This was the shift Plato wished to highlight, the slow decline from virtue to hubris. For him, Atlantis was a mirror of all civilizations, Athens included. Prosperity breeds arrogance. Arrogance leads to overreach. Overreach invites downfall. Atlantis, in this telling, is less a lost island than a cautionary tale, a warning written in myth about what happens when a society forgets the values that gave it strength. Imagine the change across the centuries. The kings still gather in Poseidon's temple, but now their robes glitter with jewels, their sacrifices are displays of wealth, and their oaths are recited without conviction. The people still farm the plains, but wealth is concentrated in palaces rather than shared across the land. Sailors still fill the harbors, but their voyages return with captives and plunder instead of trade. The city still gleams with copper, tin, and orichalcum, but its glow is now one of vanity, not virtue. And yet, decline is rarely visible to those living within it. To the Atlanteans of this era, life still seemed abundant. The markets were full, the temples shone, the fleets triumphant. But beneath the surface, the unity was unraveling, the humility lost, the moderation forgotten. Like a mighty ship with a hidden crack in its hull, Atlantis sailed proudly forward, unaware that it was already sinking. This was the beginning of the end, the moment when the balance tipped and the trajectory turned downward. It was not yet the cataclysm that would swallow the island, but it was the first tremor in the soul of Atlantis, the warning that greatness, if not guarded with virtue, cannot endure. And so, in Plato's tale, the decline of Atlantis is both specific and universal. It is the story of a people blessed beyond measure, who forgot the gods who gave them their blessings. It is the story of power unchecked, of ambition without humility, of wealth without restraint. And it is the story of how every golden age, if left to pride, becomes a shadow of itself. Picture Atlantis now at this turning point, the city still magnificent, the harbors still full, the temples still shining, but beneath the glitter, the cracks widening, the hearts of kings hardening, the people forgetting their origins. The golden age was over. The slow march to ruin had begun. As Atlantis grew in wealth, ambition, and pride, it inevitably turned its gaze beyond its shining shores. What had once been a land content to flourish within its own abundance became a restless empire, hungry for dominion. Its fleets no longer sailed only for trade, but for conquest. Its kings, forgetting the laws of Poseidon, sought to extend their power over the known world. And in this expansion, they met a rival that would define their fate, Athens. Plato tells us that Atlantis had become a vast empire, extending its rule across parts of Europe and Africa. Territories that had once stood free were now forced to pay tribute. Armies marched inland, fleets dominated the seas, and the kings of Atlantis believed there was no power great enough to challenge them. It was an age of imperial arrogance, when their empire seemed destined to swallow the world. But in Greece, a city had risen whose values stood in stark contrast to the Atlantean hunger for domination. Athens, though far smaller and less wealthy, had built its strength not on gold and conquest, but on courage, discipline, and a devotion to freedom. According to Plato, when Atlantis sought to impose its will upon Greece, Athens alone stood against it, refusing to bow, refusing to yield. The war that followed was more than a clash of armies. It was a clash of ideals. Atlantis, rich and mighty, fought for expansion and power. Athens, humble in comparison, fought for independence and justice. In Plato's telling, this conflict was no accident, but the culmination of Atlantis's decline. The gods themselves had marked the empire for judgment, and Athens became the instrument of that divine will. The battle raged across land and sea. Atlantean fleets, vast and overwhelming, sailed against the coasts of Greece, their soldiers armed with weapons of bronze and orichalcum. Their chariots thundered across the plains, their kings commanding armies that seemed countless. And yet, against all odds, the Athenians resisted. With discipline and valor, they met the Atlantean onslaught, and slowly the tide turned. Plato describes Athens as the victor, standing alone against a power that had subdued much of the known world. This victory was not just military, it was moral. It was proof, he argued, that virtue and discipline could overcome wealth and arrogance, that a city devoted to justice could triumph over an empire corrupted by greed. In this way, the conflict became more than history. It became allegory, a lesson meant for Plato's contemporaries as much as for posterity. Imagine the scene, the harbors of Atlantis alive with ships, their sails billowing, their hulls heavy with soldiers and weapons. Across the sea, Athens prepares, its warriors polishing shields, its generals urging their men to stand firm. The clash comes in roaring waves of battle, the sea churned by triremes, the land scarred by chariots and spears. And in the end, Athens, small yet unyielding, stands victorious, while the pride of Atlantis is humbled. For Plato's audience, the message was unmistakable. Athens, which had recently suffered decline in Plato's own lifetime, was reminded of its greatest virtue, the courage to stand against overwhelming odds, guided by justice rather than greed. Atlantis, meanwhile, became the symbol of what happens when power is divorced from virtue. Yet for Atlantis, the war with Athens was only the beginning of its downfall. Defeat exposed its weakness, but it was not the Athenians who would destroy it. That judgment would come from the gods themselves, who saw in Atlantis a people who had squandered their blessings. The conflict with Athens was the warning bell, the final chance for Atlantis to remember humility. But the kings did not listen, and their people did not change. The clash of Atlantis and Athens was more than a battle between nations. It was the turning point between decline and destruction. Atlantis, once the shining jewel of the seas, was now marked by hubris. Its pride had been wounded, its glory dimmed. The gods, it seemed, had already begun to withdraw their favor. And so, as the war ended, the stage was set for the final act. The storms were gathering, the earth beginning to tremble, and the sea itself prepared to rise. Atlantis had fought against Athens, but its true enemy was within, its own arrogance, its own corruption and the divine justice that would soon fall upon it. The downfall of Atlantis did not come only from human hands, nor was it merely the result of military defeat. In Plato's account, the destruction of Atlantis was nothing less than divine judgment, a punishment from the gods themselves for a people who had turned from virtue to pride, from moderation to greed, from reverence to arrogance. What began as a golden society, guided by the wisdom of Poseidon, ended as a cautionary tale of hubris, a people undone by their own choices and the wrath of heaven. At the heart of this judgment was a simple truth. The Atlanteans had forgotten the laws of Poseidon. Once, their kings gathered in the great temple, sacrificing bulls and swearing oaths upon the golden pillar. They promised to rule with justice, to honor the gods, and to protect the harmony of their land. For generations they kept these promises, and Atlantis flourished. But over time, their hearts grew cold. The sacrifices became empty rituals, the oaths hollow words. The kings still wore their crowns of gold, but their rule was no longer for the people. It was for themselves. The gods, Plato tells us, saw this corruption clearly. Where once they had gazed upon a land of wisdom and abundance, they now saw arrogance and excess. The Atlanteans, once noble, had become greedy, their ambition unbounded. Their fleets conquered, their nobles hoarded riches, their people pursued luxury rather than virtue. It was not simply that they had sinned, but that they had forgotten who they were, the children of Poseidon, entrusted with a divine inheritance. And so the gods convened to judge them. In Plato's unfinished dialogue Critias, he tells us that Zeus, king of the gods, gathered the divine assembly. There, in the high halls of Olympus, he spoke of the corruption of Atlantis and the need to restore balance. Though the exact words are lost to us, the dialogue breaks off before his speech. Plato leaves no doubt about the outcome. Judgment had been passed. Atlantis was to fall. What form did this wrath take? Nature itself became the weapon of the gods. The earth trembled, mountains cracked, and the sea rose in fury. In a single day and night of misfortune, Atlantis was undone. Earthquakes split the land, floods swept across the plains, and the great capital, its walls of copper, tin, and orichalcum, was swallowed by the ocean. The mighty navy was dashed upon the waves, the fertile fields drowned, the temples buried beneath the sea. What had taken centuries to build vanished in a moment, as though the gods had erased it with a single stroke. Imagine that night of terror. The people of Atlantis, still basking in their wealth, suddenly feel the earth heave beneath their feet. Statues topple, towers crack, and the ground splits open. From the harbors, sailors cry out as walls of water rise higher than masts. In the temple of Poseidon, priests clutch the golden pillar as it shudders and collapses. Mothers gather their children, kings call for their soldiers, but no army, no fleet, no wealth can stand against the judgment of the gods. Lightning tears the sky, thunder shakes the mountains, and the proud city disappears beneath the waves. The wrath of the gods was not random destruction. It was the natural end of hubris, the inevitable fall of a people who forgot moderation. In Plato's moral vision, Atlantis fell not because the earth shifted, but because its people had lost their virtue. The earthquake and flood were symbols of divine justice. the outer reflection of an inner decay. And yet, in its destruction, Atlantis became eternal. For though the island was gone, the memory remained, passed down as a warning to all who would hear. The wrath of the gods was not meant for Atlantis alone. It was meant for every nation, every people, who might one day follow the same path of pride. In this sense, the story is not about a lost island, but about us. Picture, if you will, the silence after the storm. The seas rolled gently once more, but where there had been walls of shining metal and temples of ivory, there is now only water. The waves lap calmly, as though nothing had ever been there. Yet beneath, hidden in darkness, lie the ruins of a fallen world, a reminder, eternal and silent, of the wrath that comes when human pride defies divine law. This was the fate of Atlantis, not simply to perish, but to perish as a lesson. Its destruction was the gods' final word, their reminder that greatness without virtue cannot last, and that no empire, no matter how mighty, can stand forever. If the wrath of the gods was the judgment, then the cataclysm was the execution. For Atlantis did not fade away slowly into obscurity. It was annihilated in a single terrible night and day. Plato describes it with only a few words, yet those words have reverberated across centuries. The island of Atlantis sank beneath the sea, swallowed whole by earthquakes and floods, leaving behind nothing but legend. In this moment, the great empire that had dazzled the world became a memory, a ghost, and a mystery. The destruction began with the trembling of the earth. Deep beneath the concentric city, the ground groaned, shaking temples and palaces. Columns toppled, statues cracked, and walls plated in copper and tin split as if they were clay. The people, caught in confusion, rushed into the streets, gazing in terror as the ground beneath their feet buckled and tore. From the mountains, avalanches of rock thundered down into valleys, while fissures opened across the fertile plain, swallowing canals, farms, and villages whole. But the earth's fury was only the beginning. From the sea came the waves, walls of water rising higher than ships, higher than towers, sweeping across the land with unstoppable force. The harbors, once filled with fleets of proud ships, became graveyards of shattered timbers and drowning sailors. Markets and homes vanished beneath the surge, their cries silenced by the roar of the ocean. The concentric rings of the city, carved by Poseidon himself, filled with water, collapsing bridges, and drowning thousands. The great canal that once brought ships to the heart of the capital now became the pathway of destruction, carrying the sea straight into the temple of Poseidon. The temple itself, once the symbol of divine blessing, became the symbol of the god's wrath. Its golden roof shone in lightning's flash, then cracked and fell. The colossal statue of Poseidon, trident raised, toppled into the flood, swallowed by the waves. Priests clutched their sacred pillar, kings called out to their guards, but nothing could stop the flood. In a moment, the temple was gone, pulled into the depths, as though the god himself had reclaimed what was his. The night was lit by fire and storm. Lightning split the skies, striking towers and forests alike. Winds howled with the fury of 1,000 storms, ripping sails from masts and roofs from homes. Fires broke out in the city, only to be extinguished by the torrents of rain. The people of Atlantis, once confident, proud, and invincible, now fled in panic, their voices lost in the roar of the cataclysm. Mothers clutched their children, soldiers tried to hold the walls, sailors rowed desperately against the waves, but none could escape the fate decreed. By dawn, Atlantis was gone. Where once there had been a land larger than Libya and Asia, there was now only ocean. The plains, the mountains, the shining city, all had vanished beneath the sea. Only whirlpools and floating wreckage marked the place where a mighty civilization had stood. To those who looked upon the horizon in distant lands, there was only the endless sea, calm once more, as though Atlantis had never been. The final cataclysm was more than a natural disaster. It was the culmination of moral collapse. For Plato, the destruction of Atlantis was not just the result of earthquakes and floods, but of arrogance and greed. The disaster was the physical manifestation of their spiritual downfall, the inevitable end for a people who had abandoned moderation and justice. And yet, in its suddenness, the cataclysm gave Atlantis its immortality. Had the island declined slowly, fading like so many other civilizations, it might have been forgotten. But because it was destroyed in one night, swallowed whole by the sea, it became legend. Its sudden disappearance ensured that its memory would endure, that its mystery would haunt the human imagination forever. Picture the silence after the storm. The sun rises over calm waters, glittering as if nothing had happened. Birds circle above. Waves lap gently against the surface, but beneath lies a graveyard of temples and palaces, of ships and markets, of dreams and pride. Atlantis sleeps beneath the sea, invisible yet eternal, waiting in silence for those who would seek it. The final cataclysm was not only the end of Atlantis, it was the birth of a myth that would outlive empires, that would inspire explorers and poets, philosophers and dreamers. For in its fall, Atlantis became eternal. When the cataclysm ended and the seas grew calm, Atlantis was no more. Where once concentric rings of gleaming walls rose from the ocean, there was now only water stretching endlessly to the horizon. The island that had been larger than nations, richer than kingdoms, and prouder than empires had vanished. But though the land was gone, the memory endured, preserved in whispers and stories, passed from mouth to ear, generation to generation. In this silence after destruction, Atlantis was reborn, not as a city of stone, but as a legend of the sea. The sailors who once knew its harbors now spoke of sudden whirlpools and treacherous waves in the ocean west of the Pillars of Heracles. They warned that the sea itself had changed, filled with mud and shoals, where once proud ships had sailed. For them, Atlantis was not only a story of gods and kings, but a very real reminder of the sea's power to swallow even the mightiest. The ocean that had once carried Atlantean fleets now became its tomb, a vast, shifting grave where no sail dared linger long. In distant lands, stories of Atlantis spread like ripples across the water. Egyptian priests, so Plato tells us, preserved the tale, passing it on to Solon, who would later bring it back to Greece. To them, Atlantis was a warning of divine justice, a memory preserved not to glorify, but to caution. Yet as the centuries passed, the details blurred, and the line between history and myth grew faint. Was Atlantis real, a land swallowed whole by natural disaster? Or was it an allegory, a story crafted by Plato to warn against hubris? The very uncertainty became part of the legend's power. Imagine for a moment the sea floor where Atlantis once stood. In the mind's eye, we see ruins covered in coral and sand, pillars broken and statues tilted, roads disappearing into the deep. Fish swim through the arches of temples, and whales pass silently above. The city is gone, but its ghost lingers beneath the waves, hidden yet alive in imagination. Even today, divers and dreamers picture those ruins, half buried, waiting for rediscovery. The loss of Atlantis also transformed the ocean itself into a place of mystery. To the Greeks, the Atlantic Ocean was already vast and unknown, a realm of monsters and marvels. After Atlantis' destruction, it became something more, a place where worlds could vanish, where gods might still act, where secrets slept. The very name Atlantic, derived from Atlas, the first king of Atlantis, became bound forever to the lost continent, tying geography to myth in a way no map could erase. But beyond the sea, Atlantis endured in human memory. It became a story told around fires, a tale for philosophers, a dream for poets. Unlike other lost civilizations, its destruction was absolute. There were no ruins to explore, no cities to inherit. Only the legend remained, untethered from stone and soil, free to shift, to grow, to inspire. And because it could never be found, it could never truly die. This is what gives Atlantis its haunting power. It is not simply a lost land. It is the lost land, the archetype of all forgotten worlds. When people imagine civilization swallowed by time, they think of Atlantis. When explorers dream of hidden continents, they search for Atlantis. Its absence makes it eternal, a blank canvas onto which every age paints its own hopes and fears. For Plato, the lost continent beneath the waves was a moral tale, a reminder that even the greatest societies can vanish when they lose their virtue. But for those who came after, it became something else, a symbol of mystery, a promise that there are still secrets in the world. To imagine Atlantis sleeping beneath the sea is to imagine that our world is larger than we know, that the ocean hides wonders yet unseen. Picture, as you drift deeper into this vision, the endless sea at dawn. The surface shimmers gold in the rising sun, calm and beautiful. But beneath that calm lies silence, an empire entombed in darkness, a memory too heavy for the waves to forget. The ocean, vast and eternal, carries the story forward, whispering it in every tide, every storm, every horizon that beckons sailors into the unknown. Atlantis may be lost beneath the waves, but in its loss, it found immortality. The sea holds its bones, but humanity holds its soul. And as long as we dream of what lies beyond the horizon, Atlantis will never be truly gone. Though Atlantis itself was lost beneath the waves, whispers of its story lingered in the ancient world. They echoed across temples, drifted through marketplaces, and were written into scrolls by priests and philosophers. For while the city was gone, the memory endured, preserved in fragments and reflections among different civilizations. These echoes remind us that even when stone and soil vanish, stories can travel across centuries, reshaped by each culture that carries them. Plato tells us the tale came to Greece through Solon, the Athenian lawgiver who traveled to Egypt. There, priests of the Temple of Sais revealed to him the memory of a mighty land that had existed thousands of years earlier, beyond the Pillars of Heracles. They described Atlantis as a vast island empire that had waged war against Athens, only to fall through divine punishment. Solon, struck by the power of the story, intended to preserve it in verse, but the task was left unfinished. Centuries later, Plato would take up the fragments and place them into his dialogues. Thus, the Egyptian priests became one of the first voices to keep Atlantis alive. Yet Egypt was not alone in preserving memories of floods and vanished lands. Across Mesopotamia, in the clay tablets of the Sumerians and Babylonians, we find tales of a great deluge. The Epic of Gilgamesh recounts a flood sent by the gods to punish humanity, an echo of divine wrath that swept away entire civilizations. Though not Atlantis itself, the parallel is striking. A world destroyed by water, a lesson carried forward in myth. The Hebrews, too, carried a story of a flood in their scriptures. In the tale of Noah, humanity's corruption leads to a divine judgment of water that wipes away nearly all life. In India, ancient Vedic texts speak of Manu, the first man, warned of a great flood by a divine fish and carried safely upon the waters. In each of these traditions, we see echoes of a theme: pride, judgment, flood, renewal. Atlantis may not appear by name, but its spirit seems to ripple through these myths, as though humanity itself remembers that water can both give life and take it away. In the Mediterranean, legends of lost islands were not uncommon. The Greeks spoke of lands swallowed by the sea, of towns buried beneath waves after offending the gods. The story of Helike, a Greek city destroyed by an earthquake and tsunami in 373 BCE, may itself have been influenced by or later associated with Atlantis. Sailors in the centuries after still claim to see its ruins beneath the water, a living reminder that the sea could consume cities without warning. Even in distant cultures, echoes of Atlantis appear. The Celts spoke of Wais, a city of splendor in Brittany, swallowed by the ocean when its gates were opened in pride. In the Americas, long before Europeans arrived, stories were told of ancient floods and sunken lands. Among the Maya, legends spoke of worlds destroyed and remade in cycles. Among the Aztecs, memories of a great flood shaped their understanding of history. Though separated by oceans and time, the motif was the same. Civilizations destroyed, often by water, often by divine judgment. Perhaps these echoes suggest that Atlantis was not a singular memory, but part of something deeper, a shared human recognition of vulnerability. Across cultures, across continents, people remembered floods, earthquakes, and catastrophes. They shaped these memories into myths of lost worlds. Atlantis may be the most famous, but it is not alone. It stands as one voice in a chorus of human memory, a reminder that the earth itself can erase even the mightiest of empires. Imagine sitting by a fire in an ancient village, listening to a storyteller recount the tale of a world destroyed. Children lean close, their eyes wide. Elders nod, remembering their own traditions. The details differ. Some speak of gods, some of men, some of floods, some of earthquakes. But the essence remains the same. Once there was greatness, and now it is gone. Such stories linger because they carry both fear and wisdom, a way of making sense of forces beyond human control. The echoes of Atlantis in ancient myths remind us that stories are not bound by geography. They flow like rivers, crossing borders, changing shape, yet always carrying the same current. Atlantis, whether real or imagined, belongs not only to Plato but to humanity's collective memory of loss, of downfall, and of longing for what is gone. And so, as we listen to these echoes, we find Atlantis everywhere, in the flood of Noah, in the deluge of Gilgamesh, in the drowned cities of Greece, in the vanished worlds of distant lands. Each echo is a reminder that the story is larger than one island, larger than one philosopher. It is a song humanity has sung for as long as we have gazed at the sea and wondered what it hides. Though Plato's words are the earliest written account of Atlantis, they were far from the last. Once the story entered human imagination, it grew and transformed, reshaped by poets, philosophers, mystics, and dreamers across the centuries. Atlantis ceased to be only Plato's parable of hubris. It became a living legend, retold in countless forms, a mirror reflecting each age's fears, hopes, and desires. In the centuries after Plato, Greek and Roman writers wrestled with the tale. Some took it literally, searching the seas for signs of a vanished land. Others dismissed it as allegory, a story meant to teach lessons, but not to be believed. Philosophers debated whether Plato had preserved a fragment of history or simply invented a myth to illustrate his ideas of justice and decline. Yet even those who doubted could not resist the allure of the story. For in Atlantis, they saw both the dream of perfection and the warning of ruin. As the Roman Empire rose and fell, the story of Atlantis faded, but did not vanish. Medieval scholars, steeped in biblical tradition, sometimes linked it with the flood of Noah, imagining that Atlantis was another piece of a world destroyed by divine judgment. Mystics and theologians wondered if Atlantis might have been Eden itself, a paradise lost not only to the sea but to sin. In monasteries where texts were copied by hand, Plato's dialogues survived, waiting for rediscovery. The Renaissance brought a new breath to the legend. As European explorers sailed beyond familiar waters, finding new lands across the Atlantic, the story of a mighty island lost in those same oceans seemed suddenly possible again. Was Atlantis hidden somewhere beyond the horizon, buried beneath the waves of the very seas now being charted? Writers and philosophers seized upon the idea. Sir Francis Bacon, in his utopian work, The New Atlantis, imagined an ideal society of science and wisdom, blending Plato's vision with the Renaissance hunger for discovery. Atlantis became not only a warning of the past, but a dream of the future, a symbol of what humanity might achieve if guided by reason and virtue. In folklore, Atlantis took on many shapes. Celtic tales of Wise and Lyonesse echoed the same theme of drowned cities. In Islamic tradition, some linked Atlantis to Iram of the Pillars, a fabled city destroyed by divine wrath. Across Europe, storytellers wove the legend into their own landscapes, imagining sunken bells ringing from beneath lakes, or ruins glimpsed at low tide. Everywhere, the myth adapted, finding new homes in the imaginations of people far from Plato's Athens. By the Enlightenment, Atlantis was both a subject of serious speculation and playful fancy. Natural philosophers proposed that it might be the Canary Islands, the Azores, or even lands beneath the Arctic ice. Others laughed at the idea, calling it nothing more than a philosopher's fable. Yet even skeptics could not erase the allure of a lost world. Atlantis remained alive, not because it could be proven, but because it could not be disproven. Its mystery gave it immortality. What is most striking is how Atlantis shifted in meaning across ages. To Plato, it was a moral allegory, a warning against hubris. To mystics, it became a vision of paradise. To explorers, it was a challenge, a map waiting to be drawn. To philosophers, it was a symbol of human potential for good or ill. In every retelling, Atlantis was remade, not as a single fixed story, but as a legend that could hold many truths at once. Imagine for a moment a Renaissance scholar hunched over Plato's dialogues. By candlelight, his mind alight with visions of golden temples and drowned continents. Picture a sailor on a stormy sea, whispering a prayer as he imagines Atlantis lying just below the waves. See a poet weaving lines of paradise and downfall, or a mystic gazing into the stars, convinced that the lost wisdom of Atlantis still guides the world. Atlantis was not only a place, it was a canvas on which humanity painted its deepest longings. This is why Atlantis endures in myth and legend. It is never only about what was lost. It is about what we fear to lose, what we dream to find, and what we hope to become. In its ruins, imagined or real, we see both warning and promise. In its memory, we hear the echo of civilizations past and the yearning for utopias yet to come. Atlantis, born in Plato's words, has lived far beyond them. It became a story told in many voices, in many lands, always reshaped, never silenced. It is less a single legend than a chorus of myths, each singing of loss, of pride, of paradise, and of mystery. Atlantis may have vanished beneath the sea, but in the centuries that followed, countless men and women sought to bring it back, not by rebuilding it, but by finding it. Few legends have inspired so many explorers, philosophers, and dreamers to scour the earth and sea in search of truth. The search for Atlantis is not just a story of maps and voyages. It is the story of humanity's endless curiosity, the hunger to uncover what is hidden, and the refusal to let mystery rest. In the Renaissance, as Europe emerged from the Middle Ages and exploration of the globe began in earnest, the tale of Atlantis resurfaced with new urgency. Plato's dialogues were rediscovered, translated, and debated. Scholars and sailors alike pored over his words, treating them as clues rather than allegory. If Atlantis had once been real, where had it stood? Was it truly beyond the Pillars of Heracles, in the vast and uncharted Atlantic Ocean? As explorers crossed the seas, finding the Americas and charting islands unknown to Europe, many believed they had stumbled upon remnants of Atlantis itself. The lush lands of the Caribbean, with their fertile soil and strange wonders, seemed to match Plato's descriptions. Early Spanish explorers returned from the New World with tales of golden cities, vast temples, and powerful peoples. Was this Atlantis reborn, or the scattered survivors of its destruction? Some even claimed that the Aztecs, Maya, and Inca were descendants of Atlanteans, their pyramids and astronomy the lingering echoes of a drowned civilization. The search did not stop there. Others turned their gaze to the Mediterranean, arguing that Plato's Atlantic did not mean the ocean we know today, but simply the Sea of Atlas, the Mediterranean itself. Could Atlantis have been Crete, home of the Minoan civilization, destroyed by the eruption of Thera around 1600 BCE. The ruins of palaces at Knossos, with their grandeur and complexity, seem to echo Plato's vision of wealth and splendor. The cataclysmic eruption, which sent tsunamis crashing across the Aegean, mirrored his tale of sudden destruction by sea. To many, the Minoans were Atlantis, their story preserved imperfectly in Plato's words. Others looked farther afield. Perhaps Atlantis lay in the Azores, the Canary Islands, or Madeira, fragments of a once great continent, their peaks the only remnants left above water. Some suggested it had sunk in the Caribbean, others in the North Sea, still others beneath the sands of the Sahara Desert. With every new discovery of ruins, fossils, or ancient maps, someone claimed it as proof of Atlantis. The story became less about one lost island and more about the search itself, a treasure hunt of the imagination. In the Age of Enlightenment, the search grew more speculative. Thinkers like Athanasius Kircher drew maps of Atlantis, placing it in the middle of the Atlantic and depicting it as a vast landmass connecting Europe, Africa, and the Americas. Others, like Ignatius Donnelly in the 19th century, wrote entire books arguing that Atlantis was the mother civilization of the world, the source of all languages, arts, and religions. To them, every pyramid, every flood myth, every similarity across cultures pointed back to the lost continent. The search for Atlantis became a mirror of each era's desires. For the Renaissance, it was a reflection of exploration, a hope of discovering paradise beyond the seas. For the Enlightenment, it was a key to explaining human progress, a way of linking distant peoples into one grand narrative. For the modern world, it has become a mystery that invites science, archaeology, and imagination alike. Imagine the explorers at sea, scanning the horizon for land that matches Plato's vision. Picture scholars in dusty libraries, tracing maps with trembling fingers, convinced they have solved the riddle. Sea divers plunging into the deep, searching for ruins among coral and sand. Each seeker, in their own way, has added to the legend, not by finding Atlantis, but by ensuring that it is never forgotten. The irony is that Atlantis, in remaining lost, has become eternal. Were it ever proven, pinned to a map, measured and catalogued, much of its mystery would fade. But because it has never been found, it continues to inspire searchers, each generation convinced they are closer to discovery. In this sense, the search itself is the true legacy of Atlantis, not the finding, but the dreaming. And so, across oceans and centuries, the search goes on. From Caribbean reefs to Mediterranean ruins, from desert sands to Arctic ice, humanity continues to chase the shadow of a land that may never have existed. For Atlantis is not just a place to be found, it is a story to be pursued, a question to be asked, a dream to be dreamed. Few mysteries have inspired as many theories as Atlantis. Since Plato first described the lost island, scholars, explorers, and dreamers have tried to place it on the map, each convinced that they had solved the riddle. Was it a real land swallowed by the sea, or only an allegory crafted by a philosopher? The answer has never been agreed upon. Instead, Atlantis has become a puzzle with countless solutions, each more fascinating than the last. One of the most enduring theories places Atlantis in the Mediterranean, arguing that Plato's description fits not the vast Atlantic Ocean, but the smaller seas known to the Greeks. Chief among these candidates is Crete, home of the Minoan civilization. Around 1600 BCE, the volcanic eruption of Thera, modern-day Santorini, devastated the region, sending tsunamis crashing into Crete and weakening the once great Minoans. The eruption left a caldera that still dominates the island, a haunting reminder of sudden destruction. For many, this disaster is the historical root of Atlantis, a flourishing maritime empire undone by the fury of the sea. Others look to the island of Thera itself, pointing to its circular shape and catastrophic end as evidence that it inspired Plato's concentric rings and sudden cataclysm. In this view, Atlantis was never in the distant ocean, but within Greece's own backyard, its ruins buried beneath ash and sea. Still others argue that Plato's words should be taken literally, placing Atlantis beyond the Pillars of Heracles, the Strait of Gibraltar, into the Atlantic Ocean. Here, theories multiply. Some suggest the Azores, volcanic islands in the mid-Atlantic, are remnants of a once greater landmass. Others point to the Canary Islands or Madeira, imagining them as the surviving peaks of Atlantis, their mountains rising from the ocean floor like ghosts of a drowned continent. The Caribbean has also been a popular candidate. When Europeans first encountered the lush islands of the West Indies, with their strange fruits, dazzling birds, and advanced native civilizations, many believed they had found Atlantis. Some early explorers thought Cuba or Hispaniola might be its remains, while others pointed to submerged ruins in the Bahamas. Even today, believers in the Bimini Road, an underwater rock formation near the Bahamas, claim it as proof of Atlantean streets or harbors. Farther afield, some place Atlantis beneath the sands of the Sahara Desert. The so-called Eye of the Sahara, or Richat structure in Mauritania, is a massive circular formation visible from space, eerily resembling Plato's concentric description of the city. Could Atlantis have been a once fertile land, now turned to desert, swallowed not by waves but by shifting sands? The idea has gained modern attention, showing how adaptable the legend is to new discoveries. Others look to northern Europe, pointing to myths of drowned lands in the North Sea, like Doggerland, a landmass that once connected Britain to continental Europe before it was submerged by rising seas thousands of years ago. Here too, echoes of Atlantis can be heard. Lost lands remembered in folklore, ancient homes erased by water. Not all theories are confined to Earth's geography. Some mystics and esoteric thinkers claim Atlantis lies under the Arctic ice, preserved like a frozen memory. Others imagine it deep beneath the ocean, waiting for divers to discover it. A few even see Atlantis not as a past civilization at all, but as a future one, or a timeless spiritual realm that exists outside of history. The sheer number of locations proposed reveals the true nature of Atlantis. It is not only about finding ruins, it is about what people seek in the ruins. For those who long for a golden age of wisdom, Atlantis is placed in lands of mystery and beauty. For those who seek historical explanation, it becomes Crete, Thera, or Doggerland. For those who dream of utopia, it lies just beyond reach, always waiting to be rediscovered. Imagine the maps covered in red ink, circles drawn around islands, arrows pointing to coastlines. Picture explorers setting sail with Plato's text in hand, convinced that this voyage, this excavation, this dive will uncover the truth. Each theory says as much about the dreamer as about the land itself. Atlantis, in the end, may never be found because it is not one place. It is many places, many possibilities, each reflecting human longing for what is lost and human hope for what might yet be discovered. Its locations shift because our imaginations shift. Its ruins lie not only beneath waves and sand, but in the minds of those who keep searching. And so, the map of Atlantis remains unfinished. It stretches from Crete to the Caribbean, from the Sahara to the Arctic, from the depths of the ocean to the corners of the imagination. Atlantis is everywhere and nowhere. That is its power, and that is why it endures. If Plato gave birth to the legend of Atlantis, it was the modern world that made it immortal. Across books, paintings, operas, films, and even scientific speculation, Atlantis has become one of the most enduring cultural symbols of mystery and longing. It is no longer only a tale of hubris and divine punishment. It has grown into a canvas upon which every generation paints its hopes, fears, and dreams. In the Renaissance, thinkers like Sir Francis Bacon reshaped Atlantis into a utopian vision. In his New Atlantis, he described a society devoted to knowledge and discovery, ruled by reason rather than greed. Here, Atlantis was not a warning of decline, but a dream of progress. This shift marked the beginning of a long tradition in which Atlantis became whatever the age most desired: paradise, power, or prophecy. By the 19th century, the legend captured the imagination of romantics, mystics, and explorers. Ignatius Donnelly's Atlantis, The Antediluvian World, 1882, argued that the lost continent had been the source of all civilization, that its people had spread agriculture, astronomy, and language to every corner of the globe before their home sank beneath the sea. Though his claims lacked evidence, his work electrified the public, inspiring generations of writers, occultists, and adventurers to see Atlantis as the fountainhead of humanity. In esoteric traditions, Atlantis became more than a lost land. It became a spiritual symbol. Helena Blavatsky and the Theosophists spoke of Atlanteans as an ancient root race, beings of great power whose downfall came from the misuse of knowledge. Edgar Cayce, the sleeping prophet, claimed to channel visions of Atlantis, predicting that parts of it would one day rise again from the ocean. For those who sought hidden wisdom, Atlantis was not destroyed, but waiting, its secrets buried until humanity was ready to receive them. Art and literature of the modern era embraced the myth with passion. Poets wrote of drowned kingdoms and tragic kings. Painters imagined gleaming cities half-lit beneath turquoise waves. Novelists placed their characters amid Atlantean ruins or envisioned societies rebuilt from its ashes. From Jules Verne's 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea to modern fantasy and science fiction, Atlantis became a stage where imagination could roam free. Cinema, too, carried Atlantis into the dreams of millions. Early films depicted it as a mystical kingdom, while animated adventures and blockbusters reimagined it for new generations. Sometimes it was a place of wisdom and wonder, sometimes a source of danger and forgotten power. In every version, the ocean itself became a character, the great veil that hides Atlantis, teasing us with glimpses of what lies beneath. Even science has not been free of Atlantis's pull. Though mainstream archaeology dismisses the idea of a lost continent, discoveries of ancient ruins, such as Troy, once thought to be only legend, have fueled speculation that Atlantis too might one day be proven real. Submerged cities off the coasts of India, Japan, and the Mediterranean have added fire to the belief that beneath the sea lie remnants of civilizations still unknown. Each discovery rekindles the question: was Plato's tale pure myth, or a distorted memory of something real? Yet Atlantis in modern imagination is not confined to questions of location. It has become a metaphor, a symbol of human longing. For some, it represents a golden age, a paradise we yearn to return to. For others, it is a warning, a mirror of our own world, suggesting that arrogance and overreach may yet bring our own downfall. And for many, it is simply a mystery, the joy of knowing that not all secrets of the world have been solved. Picture a child today opening a book filled with illustrations of shimmering palaces beneath the sea. Their eyes widen, their heart races as they dream of diving deep into the ocean to discover the ruins of Atlantis. That dream, shared by countless generations, is why Atlantis lives on. Not because it was proven, but because it refuses to die. In modern imagination, Atlantis is everywhere, in fantasy novels, in comic books, in video games, in films, in music. It is a city, a myth, a warning, a hope. It is the eternal what if, the reminder that even in an age of satellites and maps, there may still be wonders hidden just beyond our reach. Atlantis no longer belongs only to Plato. It belongs to us all. It is the story we tell when we wonder what came before us and what might come again. It is the legend we keep alive when we look at the ocean and dream. Every story must end, but some stories never truly close. Atlantis, though swallowed by the sea in a single day and night, has endured longer than most empires ever dreamed. It has lived not in stone, not in soil, but in memory and imagination. In this final chapter, we return to the heart of the legend, not only as Plato told it, but as countless generations have reimagined it. For Atlantis is not only a city lost, but a symbol eternal. What gives Atlantis its power is its dual nature. It is at once a dream and a warning. To some it is paradise, a golden age where men lived in harmony with gods, where abundance filled the land and wisdom guided rulers. To others, it is a cautionary tale, proof that no wealth, no power, no brilliance can save a people who abandon virtue. Its greatness is not that it is one or the other, but that it is both, a mirror in which each age sees its own reflection. For Plato, Atlantis was a parable. He wrote of it not to dazzle, but to teach. In his telling, it was Athens, not Atlantis, that stood as the true model of justice and moderation. Atlantis was the shadow, the fallen ideal, the lesson of hubris. Yet once his dialogues left his hand, Atlantis became something larger than philosophy. It became myth. And in myth, it found immortality. Through the centuries, Atlantis has shifted and grown. In one age, it was a memory of floods, echoing the deluges of Mesopotamia and the Bible. In another, it was paradise lost, akin to Eden. In the Renaissance, It was a beacon for explorers. In the Enlightenment, it became the cradle of civilization. In modern times, it is both a science fiction dream and an esoteric mystery. Atlantis has never been fixed. It is a story that breathes, changing shape with the needs of those who tell it. And so it endures. For as long as we gaze upon the ocean, we wonder what lies beneath. As long as ruins are discovered in deserts and seas, we imagine that one day we may find Atlantis too. As long as humanity dreams of golden ages and fears its own arrogance, Atlantis remains relevant. It is not only about what was lost. It is about what we fear we may lose and what we hope we might one day find again. Imagine now the waves rolling endlessly over the place where Atlantis is said to rest. The sea is calm, the horizon endless. Beneath, in the mind's eye, lie ruins covered in coral and silence, broken columns, statues of forgotten kings, streets leading nowhere. Fish swim where citizens once walked. Whales pass above where temples once stood. Whether these ruins exist or not does not matter. What matters is that we see them, that we dream of them, that we feel their presence in the depths. Atlantis is eternal not because it was real, but because it is true. True in the sense that it captures something timeless about human existence, our capacity for greatness, our vulnerability to pride, our longing for what is lost, and our hope for what is hidden. It is the story of civilization itself, rising and falling, building and breaking, shining and sinking. Perhaps that is why Atlantis has never been found. It was never meant to be found. It was meant to live in us, to remind us, to inspire us. Its city is not beneath the waves. It is in the human soul. And so, as our journey through Atlantis draws to a close, we find ourselves where it began, at the meeting point of myth and meaning. We leave behind the golden palaces, the concentric rings, the storms and the floods. But we carry with us the lesson. Atlantis is eternal, because we will never stop telling its story. Close your eyes and listen to the waves. Hear the whisper of a city beneath the sea. Hear the voices of kings and priests, of sailors and poets, echoing through time. Atlantis calls not to be found, but to be remembered. And as long as we dream, it will never be lost.